we only have just over an hour until 7 AM, which is the hour in which the nighttime Digimon will get replaced by the daytime Digimon, so I do need to go to Overdao pretty promptly so that I can defeat the nighttime Digimon, and that will mean that I would have defeated the nighttime Digimon and the daytime Digimon, so from Overdao I'll be allowed to go to the Great Canyon entrance, and I'll also be able to go to the Overdao Cemetery, and the Digimon in the Overdao Cemetery will need to be defeated in order for me to be able to enter Greylord's mansion. I won't be able to enter Greylord's mansion in this lifespan because Piximon isn't a virus type, but some point later I will enter Greylord's mansion, well, be able, have a virus type, and in order for me to be allowed to enter the Greylord's mansion from the Overdao Cemetery, I would have to defeat all the Digimon in the Overdao Cemetery. Okay, so it's just the two Digimon outside the two Digimon who are just outside of the Overdao Cemetery. Patamon lookalikes. They're both participating, and I just need to ensure that they both get defeated by me, and that one of them doesn't defeat the other. The Overdao Cemetery is now mine to explore. I can go in there, I can recruit the Barkamon, but in order to allow myself to proceed further, in other words, in order to allow myself to enter the Greylord's mansion, both sets of the random Digimon in here need to be defeated. Sometimes it's the Patamon lookalikes, sometimes it's Soulmons, and it's completely random. It's not something that's determined by whether it's day or night, it's something that is completely random, or at least as far as I'm aware, it's completely random. When you enter the Overdao Cemetery, I think it's by chance whether it's the Patamon lookalikes or the Soulmons. Okay, well that's one of them defeated, but I won't be able to defeat all three on this visit, because there's currently only two in here, when you recruit Barkamon, a third Digimon appears. And I need to switch my phone off. Before you recruit Barkamon, there are 2 random Digimon in here, I think. Either 2 Soulmons or 2 of the Patamon lookalikes. And then when you recruit Barkamon, a 3rd Digimon gets added. So it's either 3 Soulmons or 3 of the Patamon lookalikes. But in order for the 3rd Digimon to get added, you would either have to leave the Overdale Cemetery and return, or sleep and save in the Overdale Cemetery and then reload. If what I just said is correct, then when I entered the first time, there were only 2 of the Patamon lookalikes. I recruited Barkamon, but there were still only 2 in the area, and it wouldn't have gone up to 3 until I left and re-entered. I defeated one of the Patamon lookalikes, the one closest to the entrance. I then left, re-entered, and it was Soulmons instead. And I'm just battling the 3rd and final Soulmon. So that's all 3 Soulmons defeated. And if I just leave and re-enter and keep doing that until it's the Patamon lookalikes in here and not the Soulmons, hopefully I'll just need to leave and re-enter once. Or I might have to do it more than once. Okay, I only have to do it once. Okay, well, I've already defeated the one closest to the entrance, so that just leaves these 2, and I've been able to get both of them in one battle, and these are the last 2 Digimon in the Overdale Cemetery. So, with these Digimon defeated, I'll be allowed to enter the Overdale, the Greylord's Mansion, when I have a virus Digimon. In the meantime, the clock has continued to tick, and we're now at a time of day where it's daytime Digimon who are roaming around. So if I go to the Great Canyon entrance and defeat the daytime Digimon, then I will be done in the Great Canyon entrance and will be allowed to enter the Great Canyon by using the invisible bridge, of course. Yeah, the two Gotsumons have been replaced by two Goborimons. Okay, well, if I go to the Great Canyon, defeat the daytime Digimon who are there, well, I mean, I'm just going to enter the first part of the Great Canyon, the first area, and I can defeat the Digimon who are roaming around, who are daytime Digimon, and then if I return at nighttime, I can defeat the nighttime Digimon, and then go to the next bit of the Great Canyon. I don't want to bother with Monochromon just yet. And actually I wouldn't even be allowed to enter the Monochromon shop yet anyway, because I've not defeated the nighttime Digimon. But even when I do defeat the nighttime Digimon, I really don't want to worry about the Monochromon shop just yet. I would rather try and focus on battling Digimon who I'm able to battle, Digimon who I haven't yet battled. It's only a few hours until the time in which Piximon wants to sleep. So it's not going to be long until we can face nighttime Digimon, because Piximon wakes up during the period where it's nighttime Digimon who roam around. Oh, I'm just thinking, the Gecko Swamp is out of the question at the moment. Greylord's Mansion is out of the question at the moment. There's the Great Canyon, which we're working on. There's the Midder Forest, and the places beyond that, such as the Dino region. It would be nice to recruit Centaurimon so that we would have the clinic, so we would be able to rest more effectively, we would be able to buy medicine, we would be able to have him treat us if we become sick or injured. Speaking to Centaurimon would result in Unimon showing up at the Mount Panorama, so we could recruit Unimon and add him to the item shop. And we do need to make progress towards the Dino region as well, just like with every other place. So if we take the path on the left, then take every turn-in that's available to us. Until we get to this area, and well, where you go from there is determined by which exit is the correct one. You're able to go straight to the exit on the left without any trouble, and fortunately for us, that was the correct exit. In order to go to the middle exit or the exit on the right, you would have to get shot in order to be able to go to one of those exits. That's if you use the techniques that I used of taking the path on the left and then taking every turn in that was available. The technique that I use at the Midder Forest, it enables you to get near the 3 exits without getting shot, and then if you want the exit on the left, you can go straight there without getting shot. If you want the exit in the middle, then you can go to it. There is like a technique, but it requires you to get shot, and the same with the exit on the right. I was lucky in that the exit on the left was the correct exit. I was able to use it. I was able to, go to the correct exit without getting shot. And as well as simply wanting to make it through the Midder Forest and recruit Centaurimon, I also wanted to collect a mouldy meat and a high-speed disc, something that I thought I was probably going to have to grind for, but very fortunately I managed to get both items on the first try. I put my HP to the maximum to try and prevent injury, and I didn't get injured. So here we've defeated Tyrannomon and the daytime Digimon, and very conveniently Piximon wants to sleep. When we wake up it will be nighttime, so we can defeat the nighttime Digimon as well, and then go to the next area and defeat the nighttime Digimon there as well, and then some point later we can return during the day and defeat the daytime Digimon in that area. I'm not quite sure what the deal was with some of those wind cutters. I guess it's a good thing that wind cutter isn't my only technique. Because with the issues with the wind cutter, I just thought, okay, I'll use poison claw instead. When I went through the emitter forest, if I didn't get the mouldy meat and high speed disc on my first try, then I would have deliberately gone to one of the incorrect exits, so that I would have got sent back to the beginning of the emitter forest. And I'm annoyed that not all three of them are participating. Yeah, gone back to the beginning of the emitter forest, and I would have kept going through the emitter forest until eventually getting a mouldy meat and a high speed disc. I will have to leave and re-enter so I can battle the Digimon who chose not to take part in that battle. The reason why I want a mouldy meat is so that I can go to Friesland with a Digimon that doesn't tolerate cold weather very well, and feed it a mouldy meat to make it sick. Then Frigimon will rescue us, and by doing that we will take the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. As for the high speed disc, that's an item that is needed for a Moldramon trade. So it's an item that I'm going to trade with one of the Moldramons. we've done all that can be done here for the time being, but there is still the Great Canyon. We haven't defeated the nighttime Digimon yet in the first area of the Great Canyon, so that will be the next priority. And then I'll be able to go to the area after that, which is the area where you would fight Olgamon for the first time. I haven't spoken to Yoramon about the bandits yet, so at the moment it's as if Olgamon doesn't exist. So the rule of having to defeat Olgamon and the two Ogumons in order to be able to proceed further is a rule that doesn't yet exist, a bit like with Ninjamon. There was a time when it was as if he didn't exist because there was no way of battling him. At the moment, it's as if Olgamon doesn't exist, so in order to be able to proceed further, I would just have to defeat the 3 Goborimons who are there. It's always 3 Goborimons, regardless of whether it's day or night, the same 3 Goborimons. Well, in order to be able to defeat every Digimon, you actually wouldn't be able to defeat Olgamon and the 2 Ogumons before proceeding further from that area. The reason for that is because there's the cliff that you can fall off, and by falling off the cliff you would technically be proceeding further, and you need to fall off the cliff to make it to the lower parts of the Great Canyon so that you can battle the Ogumon outside of the Olga Fortress. There's an Ogumon outside of the Olga Fortress, and you can only battle him before you defeat Olgamon for the first time. So you have to go to the Ogumon and battle him before you battle Olgamon for the first time, because once you defeat Olgamon the first time, you can no longer battle the Ogumon who's outside of the Olga Fortress. So you have to go there before you defeat Olgamon for the first time. And before you defeat Olgamon, the only way you can make it to the Ogumon is by falling off the cliff. The reason for that is because the elevator doesn't go downwards because of a rock that's stuck in it. And the only way the rock gets removed is if you fall off the cliff and go to the elevator and remove it yourself, or if you defeat Olgamon for the first time. When you defeat Olgamon for the first time, the lift gets removed. So, like the 3 Goborimons in the previous area, you have to defeat them before battling Olgamon for the first time, because once Olgamon appears, those 3 Goborimons are not to be seen again, and you have to go down to the lower part of the Great Canyon before battling Olgamon for the first time, so that you can battle the Ogumon outside of the Olga Fortress. Once that's done, it would then be okay to battle Olgamon. So what I'm pretty much saying is that in order for this challenge to be a success, you can't go by the rules of you have to defeat Olgamon at the Great Canyon before you can go to any of the other parts of the Great Canyon, because you have to defeat Ogumon, which requires you to leave the part of the Great Canyon before, you know, battling the Olgamon. Okay, the 3 Weedmon in this area have been defeated. Come back at daytime, and it will be 3 Goborimon. I need to go to the Dino region at daytime, so I can proceed further. I need to come back here at daytime, so I can go to where the Weedmon were, and defeat the Digimon there. It will be Goborimons, and here I need to defeat these 3 Goborimons. And it's the same Digimon regardless of whether it's day or night. Thankfully, none of the Goborimons accidentally killed one another. The 3 kills were all made by me. Technically, I could continue upwards and go to the next part of the Great Canyon, because the 3 Goborimons in that area were defeated, and you know, Olgamon doesn't apply yet. But I chose not to, and I chose to focus on other places instead. where I defeated the 3 Goborymons, that's all done until Olgamon features. Where the 3 Weedmon were, I need to go back there at daytime. And before I before I challenge Olgamon, I need to fall off the cliff so I can go to the lower parts of the Great Canyon, defeat the Digimon down there, particularly the Ogumon who's outside of the Ogre Fortress. And I also need to go to the Dino region at daytime so I can defeat the daytime Digimon in the second area of the Dino region, and then I can carry on from there and go as far as the Speedy region. Because there's the random Digimon in the Dino region where the toilet is. I've defeated them at daytime and nighttime. Then the area after that, where there's random Digimon at day and night, I've defeated them at nighttime but not daytime. The area beyond that, there are no enemy Digimon. The area beyond that is where Tyrannomon is, and then the area beyond that is the Speedy region, where there are random Digimon who do vary depending on whether it's day or night. Unimon will now be at the Mount Panorama. He will be the 3rd addition to the item shop, because we've already got Patamon and Biomon. I have a bandage which can be used to treat Unimon's injuries. I've got a few unwanted items in my inventory which I can sell. Well, it is now daytime, so there are more battles that I can have. My tiredness level is fine. I rested twice, recovered 1000 HP and MP, and if I want to purchase any more bandages or medicines, then Centauramon can help me out with that. And when approaching the Unimon, I actually had a change of mind and decided to hold on to the bandage for my own use, and I gave him a medium recovery instead. By having a bandage, I'll be able to treat any injury that I might pick up from the battles that I'm getting into. We'll make Unimon feel special and pay him a visit. Don't need the defense disc. Or the super defense disc. Hold on to the bandage in case we get injured. You can never have too many meats. Get 20 of those. And the rest on medium recoveries. Okay, that should have triggered Greymon. And it has. Since we have enough prosperity points in order for Greymon to show up, why not battle him? Greymon is a useful recruit because, as well as getting 2 prosperity points and an attack chip, you need to have the arena set up in order to be able to recruit Compulsory, and I think you also need the arena in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon. And Greymon is the one who opens the arena. He opens the arena once you recruit him. So recruiting Greymon leads to you being able to recruit other Digimon as well. We're not... Beetle Land isn't on the cards at the moment, but we will eventually be able to go there, and when we do, we will be able to recruit both Kawagamon and Compulsory, since we've already recruited Greymon. I'm heading to the Great Canyon so I can pay the Goborymons a visit. I'm talking about the area where I battled the 3 Weedmon. It will now be 3 Goborymons there. And once I battle them, I can then head to the Dino region. So I can go further with the Dino region, and then hopefully by then Piximon will want to sleep, so I can sleep and it will then be night time, and then I can make even more progress at the Dino region. I could enter the Monochromon shop if I wanted to, but that's something that's on the back burner. It's really not something that I look forward to. Is that an item I can see? Is that a Dulux mushroom? Not sure. It looks like it might be a Dulux mushroom. That was a battle where I was worried about the possibility of a Goborymon getting defeated by another Goborymon because of the fact that they have Winter Blast, a technique that hits every Digimon, and the fact that when a Goborymon gets hit by another Digimon, quite often the Goborymon will then get revenge on that Digimon. The Goborymon will attack the Digimon, and then that creates more of a risk of a Digimon getting defeated by another Digimon. But it's okay, I defeated the Goborymons myself. The item was a Dulux mushroom. Piximon conveniently needed the toilet at the right time because there was a toilet along the path that we needed to go along. Don't need to worry about this area, it's the second area where there's work to be done. And how unuseful is that? But we'll have to go back and re-enter. We don't need to worry about the Dragonfly Digimon, we've defeated him. But we do need to worry about the Monochromon lookalikes, because they're the ones who ran away. Okay, well, I managed to battle this one without the Dragonfly Digimon getting involved. Damn it! I was hoping that he wasn't on screen and it would just be the Monochromon lookalike that I'd be battling, but there's the pesky Dragonfly as well. Rejoice, we can carry on. There are Digimon here, but they're not enemy Digimon. They don't battle you. It's just Tyrannomon in this area. There he is. So we've got Gotsumon, and the Digimon that looks like a dark Birdramon. That was extremely lucky. Those Gotsumons were very close to getting struck by the Birdramon lookalikes spinning shot. And that was also very lucky. I just barely managed to stop the spinning shot in time. Otherwise, there was a big risk of that striking the last remaining Gotsumon. Okay, well, I just need to wait until Piximon wants to sleep. That can't be too far away. There you go. Go back to the previous area. Check if there are any items lying around. Doesn't look like it. So sleep, and it will be nighttime when we wake up. So we can defeat the nighttime Digimon in the area that we just came from. Dark Rizamon, Gotsumon. And once again, all three participate at once. No complaints from me. We can now go to the bone tunnel. If you turn left, then there are random Digimon. You have to beat them at day and at night, because the Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. And then beyond that is Meteormon. However, if you go straight on at the bone tunnel, there is a Digimon loitering. So I've gone straight on. Here's the Digimon here. Yeah, I have to defeat this Digimon as well. Yeah, if you were playing this game for the first time and you didn't know anything about the game, you would probably go straight onwards at the bone tunnel like I did, fight the Digimon, and then it tells you to turn at the bone tunnel. So go back to the bone tunnel, take a left turn in, and it takes you to a different area. With them defeated, I think that out of the whole of the Dino region, all that's left now is the daytime Digimon in this area and Meteormon. It is a number of hours until daytime, so I'm returning to the city, and I will go back to the Dino region when it's daytime so I can defeat the last of the random Digimon, and then Meteormon. From there I'll be able to recruit Tyrannomon and speak to Nannymon for the first time. Because after you recruit Tyrannomon, Nannymon spawns in the area that Meteormon was at. And since it will be the first encounter, he will drop the item, the key item, that will enable me to store 20 items in my inventory instead of just 10. Tiredness is fine, but we can still recover our HP and MP a bit. Okay, it's 6 AM, 1 hour until the daytime Digimon, but I imagine it would take more than an hour just for us to get to where we need to get to. So if we just start heading back now, I'm sure that by the time we get to the specific part of the Dino region that we need to get to, I'm sure it will be either 7 AM or later. I don't know why I have this problem, but when I play this game, there are a number of scenarios where I have to go through text slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, because if I go through the text quickly, my game will end up freezing, and to prevent this, I have to go through the text slowly. And one of the scenarios where I have this problem is when speaking to Meteormon after defeating him. It's the bit where he says that he'll check out the island. He says it just before rolling off, and when that text appears where he says about checking the island, I have to go through that bit of text slowly, or else the game can freeze. So when I speak to Meteormon after defeating him, I always go through that bit of text slowly, and when I'm recording, I edit the video and speed up the video so that even though I pause on that text for quite a while, it will be brief for you viewers. And I don't just have the problem with Meteormon, I also have the problem with Leomon in Gear Savannah, plus Devimon in Greylord's Mansion, and Devimon in Mount Infinity. Okay, that's a bit of a bummer. I only defeated one of them myself, I didn't defeat both of them, so I need to leave and re-enter so I can defeat the one that I didn't defeat. No issues that time, I can now go to Meteormon. Unless I'm overlooking something, this is the last battle that I need to have in the Dino region. Get poisoned, you stupid rockhead. That's better. So I can go through the text fine up until the bit I told you about. Don't pause, but just go very slowly here. That's what I did, but I speeded the video up. Everything's okay. So from here I need to go to Tyrannomon, speak to Tyrannomon, Master Tyrannomon will show up, Tyrannomon will join the city. Then I need to make the return journey. So go to where Meteormon was after recruiting Tyrannomon, and Nannymon will be there. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to prevent Piximon from messing on the floor. And now Miramon has a bit of company at the restaurant because Tyrannomon is now there working alongside him. They won't be getting joined by Frigimon just yet. They won't be getting joined by Garulamon just yet. They won't be getting joined by Vadermon just yet. They won't be getting joined by Digitamamon just yet. So they're going to have the restaurant to themselves for quite some time. Okay, Piximon still hasn't gone to the toilet yet, so I might have time to make it to the toilet in the File City. Right, so Dino region done. Great Canyon not done. Gecko Swamp not done. But everywhere else I've been to, I think, is done, or at least for the time being. I thought I would put one giant meat into the item bank, because giant meat is a needed item for a Moldramon trade. So if I have one giant meat safe in the item bank, and the giant meats that are in my inventory I can give to my Digimon, and it's no problem. Just want to see where I am with prosperity points. 32. Okay, well, Piximon is getting on a bit, so I decide that this is enough progress for this lifespan, and so I decide that it's time to let Piximon fade away so that I can start over again and continue to make progress in my next lifespan. Okay, Piximon is fading away. It's going to be the pink egg again. So Euramon and then Tainamon, and if I'm successful with my intentions, it will be Palmon again, Vegemon again, Piximon again, just like the life cycle that's just ended. So, like before, a lot of time is now going to be spent training. Most of my time, in fact, is going to be spent training and raising my Digimon and working towards digivolving and getting the Digimon that I want and getting the stats that I want. The aim is to digivolve from Tainamon to Palmon, so I will need to make sure that I've got my stats right, so that Palmon will be the Digimon that I digivolve to, and not Betamon. If my MP is superior to my HP, and if my brains or speed is superior to the rest of the stats, then I think I should digivolve to Palmon. I have, read a guide that says that having defense as your highest stat results in you digivolving from Tainomon to Betamon, whereas having brains or speed as your highest stat results in you digivolving from Tainomon to Palmon. The only thing I'm not so sure about is HP and MP. The guide read as if having superior MP would result in you digivolving to Palmon, whereas superior HP might not have that effect. So I wasn't entirely sure, but I thought, well, if I make sure that brains or speed is superior to I make sure that brains or speed is my best stat out of attack, defense, speed and brains, and make sure that MP is superior to HP, then hopefully I will digivolve to Palmon and there won't be any issues. But I do also have to be mindful that if I do digivolve from Tainomon to Palmon, then the next objective is to digivolve from Palmon to Vegemon. So although I need my stats to be consistent with digivolving from Tainomon to Palmon, I also need my stats to be consistent with digivolving from Palmon to Vegemon. When I last had Vegemon, I kept my defense and brains under 100 and allowed my attack and speed to be over 100, and if that's going to be how I'm to do things, then it would seem that it would probably make the most sense for me to have speed as my superior stat in order to digivolve to Palmon, because my speed going above 100 shouldn't sabotage my attempts to digivolve from Palmon to Vegemon. An attack shouldn't be a problem either. Defense I would probably want to keep down because I want to avoid Betamon, and even though brains apparently is a stat for Palmon, seems it would probably be best to keep it under 100 to help with digivolving from Palmon to Vegemon. There isn't really anything wrong with training MP. In fact, it's a good thing because the stat requirement for Vegemon is 1000 MP. So there's nothing wrong with training MP. The only thing I do have to be mindful of is the fact that training MP does boost my defense slightly. So if I want to keep my defense under 100, then I need to not train my MP to the extent where my defense reaches 100. Training attack also boosts speed, no problem there. Training speed also boosts HP, and I would want to keep HP under 1000, something to be mindful of. I've explained that training MP also boosts defense, something to be mindful of. Training defense is something to be mindful of in its own right. Same with training brains. And the other thing to be mindful of is the fact that training defense also boosts your brains. But I don't have to keep defense and brains at the bare minimum if I'm going to be aiming to digivolve from Vegemon to Piximon again, and without the care mistakes again, then I will have to fulfill all of the other requirements for Piximon. That includes the stats requirement, which is 300 attack and defense, 400 speed and brains. So training any of those stats will be progress towards digivolving to Piximon. Okay, we're digivolving, and I'm hoping that Palmon is the Digimon that I am about to digivolve into. It is Palmon. And if I think back to when I last had Palmon, and, you know, the things that I did, if I more or less do the same things, then logically I should digivolve to Vegemon. When I last had Palmon, MP exceeded 1000, attack and speed exceeded 100, HP stayed under 1000, defense and brains stayed under 100, my weight was within the range of 5 to 15, I had 2 care mistakes, and my happiness and discipline were as full as I was able to get them within the time frame that I had had. Oh yeah, now that we've got the Centaur Clinic, I feel that training should be a bit easier, because resting at the clinic is more effective than resting in Digimon's house. Not to mention that when you rest at the clinic, Centauromon informs you of your Digimon's tiredness level, so that way, you know, you will know how tired your Digimon is. When you rest at Digimon's house, there's no indication, but it'll be easier to monitor your Digimon's tiredness by resting at the clinic, because of the fact that Centauromon tells you how tired your Digimon is. And there is the bonus that resting at the clinic is more effective. So hopefully I should be able to avoid the sweat bubble, and I shouldn't need to rest as much. I shouldn't need to rest as many times due to the resting being more effective. Or at the very least, I won't need to rest more than I previously did. Okay, well, he's gone from being tired to being a bit tired. That should be ample rest. Well, we're there with the stats requirement for Digimon. 1000 MP is the only stat requirement, so we are there. Bonus condition, make sure your happiness is at least 50% full. We are fulfilling that requirement. Weight 5 to 15. I'll make sure that by the time that we digivolve, that my weight will be within the range of 5 to 15, even if it requires force feeding Palmon. And as for the care mistakes, well, I don't think I'm going to need 5. I didn't need 5 last time. If I have 2 care mistakes, then that will be enough to rule out Ninjamon. And I only need to not feed Palmon once in order to get 2 care mistakes. If I, don't feed her when she wants to eat, and I train at the gym, and I pass the last opportunity to feed her, then it will count as double. can't train defense anymore because it will put brains over 100. And obviously I can't train brains anymore because that will put brains over 100. I can continue to train MP, but we'll have to stop once my defense is just slightly under 100. I can train speed, but we'll have to stop once my HP is just under 1000. As for attack, that is something that I can train until my heart is content. No matter how quickly I fulfill the requirements for Digimon, I still need 3 days to pass in order for Palmon to be able to Digivolve. So until the 3 days have passed, nothing's going to be happening with Palmon. So we're not just working towards fulfilling the requirements, we're also working towards simply being old enough in order to be able to Digivolve. But Palmon will still want to eat for another half an hour, because when your Digimon gives you the food bubble, you have an hour and a half until it goes away. Trained once, so that meant half an hour left. Train again, that will take us until after the hour and a half, so once we stop training, the food bubble will be gone, and that will count as 2 care mistakes instead of 1. So I don't think we need to worry about Ninjamon anymore. And since I've got the 2 care mistakes, I don't think it's necessary to have any more. But I did give Palmon an extra giant meat just to try and keep her weight up. And when we are ready to digivolve, we'll need our weight to be within the range of 5 to 15. When 3 days are up, if you don't fulfill enough requirements for any of your Digivolutions, then you have 1 extra day to do so, and when that extra day ends, if you still haven't fulfilled enough requirements, then you end up digivolving to Numamon. Numamon is the Digimon that your rookie Digimon will digivolve into if you haven't fulfilled enough requirements in order for the rookie Digimon to digivolve to any of its natural champion Digimon. You digivolve to Numamon once 4 days have passed, so once you've had a rookie Digimon for 4 days, it will digivolve to Numamon. If you do fulfill the requirements for a natural Digivolution, then it will digivolve after 3 days. If once 3 days have passed and you haven't fulfilled enough requirements, let's say that within the next half a day you do end up fulfilling enough requirements, then you will then digivolve to the natural champion. So it's not a case of if you haven't fulfilled the requirements bang on 3 days, then you will never be able to digivolve to the natural champion. It's a case of once 3 days have passed, if you haven't fulfilled the requirements, then you have up until 1 more day to fulfill enough requirements for a natural champion, and then if you're successful, then you will digivolve to the natural champion. I just want Palmon's weight to be a little bit higher, so I'm giving her a sirloin instead. But our weight is within range. Along with our stats and one of the bonus conditions. She might digivolve after this. Okay, we are digivolving. And it is Vegemon. tamer level goes up as well. Well, every time our tamer level goes up, it is helping us slightly, because when your Digimon fades away and you start over with a new Digimon, the stats that your Digimon had when you faded away, a percentage of those stats gets passed on to your new Digimon, and that determines what stats your new Digimon starts off with. And the higher your tamer level is, the bigger the percentage is. So having higher stats when fading away will mean having higher stats with your new Digimon when you start fresh, and having a higher tamer level will also mean higher stats when you start fresh with your new Digimon. I am working towards digivolving to Piximon, and that's without care mistakes, so I'll need my weight to be within the range of 0 to 10, I'll need my happiness to be at least 95% full, I'll need 300 attack and defense, and 400 speed and brains, so I will be training to try and work towards digivolving to Piximon, but I'm not going to do it all in one go. The reason for that is because Vegemon, my current Digimon, is a virus type and can therefore enter Greylord's mansion. So before Vegemon is able and ready to digivolve to Piximon, I would like to go to Greylord's mansion and do the initial bit of the mansion, which involves rescuing my Ultisamon the first time by giving him the meat that you find in the Overdale Cemetery, and while I'm there I will also aim to battle and defeat all of the random Digimon that I have access to. A good thing is that the Digimon in Greylord's mansion are fixed. It's always the same Digimon no matter what, and it's not affected by day or night or anything like that. So I'll be able to see to all the Digimon there and then, well, the ones I have access to anyway. There are, a number of areas in the game where the Digimon, the random Digimon, are completely fixed. Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary, Mount Infinity, Back Dimension. There's probably others as well that I'm overlooking. So in order to digivolve to Piximon, HP and MP are completely irrelevant, because it's just attack, defense, speed and brains that are needed. But since I'm going to be getting into battles with Vegemon as my Digimon, I would like to train my HP and MP as well as my other stats. I think if I fulfill the requirement for attack, defense and speed, so get all of them up to the targets, and then have brains where it's a bit adrift, so, you know, have brains so that it's under 400, not like too far away that it would take a long time to get my brains up to 400, but just have my brains under 400, so Vegemon won't digivolve until brains reaches 400. I can do what needs to be done at Greylord's Mansion, and then get Vegemon to digivolve by training my brains and getting it up to 400. I don't want it to be extremely close to 400, because when I win battles I get small stat gains, so if my brains was to be too close to 400, then when winning battles my brains might reach 400, and then I end up digivolving when the timing isn't right. So I want to have it, you know, have the brain sort of low enough so there's not a risk of me reaching 400 brains from winning battles, but not have it so far away that once I'm done with Greylord's Mansion I have to train for a long time before I'm able to get my brains high enough. There are a couple of brain chips in the Greylord's Mansion, as well as other items, so I might be able to simply use the brain chips to see to the rest of my brains. Brains is currently about 200 away. 2 brain chips would put it up by 100, so 300. Still 100 adrift. If I have 300 brains when I'm all done with Greylord's Mansion, then the 2 brain chips would be enough in order for me to get my brains up to 400. If my brains is 350, then I'll only need 1 of them. Greylord's Mansion is pretty much the only use that Vegemon currently has. So once I'm done with Greylord's Mansion, I'll then aim to digivolve to Piximon as soon as possible, and then with Piximon make further progress with the Great Canyon, because that's pretty much my next priority. At the moment I'm training to make Vegemon better, which will be useful for Greylord's Mansion, and at the same time I'm working towards being able to fulfill the requirements in order to digivolve from Vegemon to Piximon. Speaking of the Great Canyon, the next bit that I'm aiming to do is to fall off the cliff and see to the Digimon in the lower parts of the the Great Canyon. And that's something that could be a problem, because when you fall down into the lower part of the Great Canyon, there are random Digimon down there, and if you were to defeat them, then you wouldn't be able to go to the next area, because the Digimon who are in the first area do vary from day to night. So if you were to go down there at either day or night and defeat the Digimon, then you would only be defeating half the Digimon, and by proceeding to the next area, you would be breaking the rules, because you wouldn't have defeated all of the Digimon in the first area, so you wouldn't be allowed to go to the next area. If you were to come up with the idea of falling off the cliff and beating the Digimon who you are able to beat, and then use an autopilot as a way of escaping, that won't solve the problem, because you're only able to fall off the cliff once. You can't fall off it more than once, so you wouldn't be able to go back to the Great Canyon and fall off the cliff again, and you also wouldn't be able to use the elevator to go down to the lower part of the Great Canyon, because of the rock that's stuck. If you were to... Because in order to remove the rock, you have to go to the elevator in the lower part of the Great Canyon, but that would require going from the first area to the second area after falling off the cliff, and I've already explained the problem with that. If you were to defeat Olgamon as a way of getting the rock removed, enabling yourself to use the elevator, then you will miss out on the opportunity to defeat the Ogumon outside of the Olga Fortress, and that would be a challenge failed. So it all seems a bit difficult, but there is a way around it. When I went to the tropical jungle for the first time, you saw my tactic where I went to the tropical jungle during daytime and while Piximon wanted to sleep, and then I was able to defeat the enemy Piximon that was there, as well as the random Digimon who were there, the random daytime Digimon. Then I slept, saved, reset, reloaded, and then the game continued with me in tropical jungle, and it was nighttime, because when Piximon slept and woke up during the nighttime period, and by reloading, when I returned to the tropical jungle, it was the nighttime random Digimon, and I was able to battle them, defeat them, and then be done with the area that I was in within the tropical jungle. With the Great Canyon, the solution is to go there when it's daytime and when Piximon wants to sleep, fall off the cliff so you end up in the lower part of the Great Canyon, defeat the random Digimon who are down there, so you defeat the daytime random Digimon, then let Piximon sleep, save the game while sleeping, then reset and reload. When you return, you'll be in the same area, but it will be nighttime instead of daytime, and the random Digimon will be the nighttime Digimon instead of the daytime Digimon, so you can defeat them. That will result in you being done in the first area that you're in, and you can then proceed to the next area, which is the area where the elevator is. You can defeat the Digimon in that area, who will be the nighttime random Digimon, and you'll be able to remove the rock from the elevator. You won't be able to leave that way because you only would have defeated the nighttime Digimon in that area and not the daytime Digimon as well. So then there's the question of how do you proceed from there. You could escape with an autopilot, but instead my tactic will be to return to the previous area, so the area that I was just in, where I would have already defeated both the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon, and then just loiter there until it's daytime, so just stand still and pass a number of hours until it's daytime, then return to the area where the elevator is, defeat the daytime Digimon, and then I'll be able to go to the fortress entrance, battle and defeat the Agumon, and then I will be done with the lower parts of the Great Canyon, or at least initially I will be done. There will still be the Olga Fortress, but that will be off limits until after defeating Olgamon for the first time. I shouldn't have any problem with looting Greylord's mansion because I've got room in my inventory for 20 items. Obviously you need the mansion key, the refrigerator key that my Altusmon gives you, which is to be replaced by the meat that you find in the Overdale Cemetery. And then the items, there's a sirloin, I think there's an Omnidisc, a Restore, I think there's 2 medicines, 2 autopilots, 2 brain chips, an MP chip, I think there's a defense disc, large MP and protective floppy. I think I make that 12 separate items. But even that plus the items that I already have in my inventory, I should you know, comfortably have less than 20 items. Right, so attack and speed are there. Defense I'm working on currently, and that's also boosting my brains as well. HP and MP are irrelevant. The only reason why I might want to train them is just to help Digimon with the battles in the Grey Lord's Mansion. Having higher HP or MP won't affect the Digivolution from Digimon to Piximon. But I do want to do as much of the training as possible before going to Grey Lord's Mansion, because I do need a certain amount of attack, defense, speed and brains in order to be able to digivolve to Piximon, so I'm going to have to get the stats at some point, and to me it makes more sense to do most of the training before going to Grey Lord's Mansion, so that when I battle the Digimon in Grey Lord's Mansion, I'll have the benefits of having higher stats. I think it would make the most sense to make sure that attack, defense and speed are all where they need to be, and then just have brains, which is somewhat adrift. But once I'm done with Grey Lord's Mansion, I'll hopefully be able to reach the necessary amount of brains without having to strain myself too much. I can't do all of Grey Lord's Mansion with Digimon because I need Xiaomon recruited so that I can read an article regarding my Otismon, which then triggers the next bit of the Grey Lord's Mansion, where you get to go to the underground lab and rescue my Otismon for a second time. There are more Digimon battles to come when you do go to the areas that I'm talking about, but none of that will be possible until Xiaomon's been recruited, and you have to battle and defeat Olgamon at least twice before it's possible to recruit Xiaomon. And I've just said that I have to do the lower parts of the Great Canyon before I can battle Olgamon. And that's stuff that I'm planning on doing with Piximon. But I'm going to have other lifespans ahead of me, so once Xiaomon is recruited and I have read the article, I can then see to Grey Lord's Mansion in a different lifespan. I think you do also need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to feature, but off the top of my head I can't, I don't know how many prosperity points it is. We're done with defense, now we can move on to brains. I want a minimum of 300 so that I'll have the distance and change target commands, and I'll be in a position where I can get my brains up to 400 by simply giving Digimon the 2 brain chips that are available at the Grey Lord's mansion. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that training brains consumes less energy than training the other stats. So that's why I wasn't thinking about resting at the clinic until now. Brains 343, so almost 350. 1 brain chip should be ample, because if I don't get the other 7 brains from winning the battles that I'm going to win, then, well, the battles that I'm going to try and win, then all I'll have to do is train brains just once, and then I will have my brains where it needs to be. For the time being, I am now done with the training, and I am now working towards going to Grey Lord's mansion, although I am heading down here because I haven't recruited Colamon yet. If I go to the Cola Point, then he'll be there. All I have to do is speak to him, and he'll then join the city afterwards. When you need Colamon to take you to the tropical jungle, he only shows up at certain times of the day, but once the bridge has been repaired, he's here permanently. So you can come here anytime, he'll speak to you, and then he'll join the city. With the discipline that we've got, we'll have no trouble making it to the toilet in time. The toilet in the tropical jungle. And from there we can go to Overdale, then the Overdale Cemetery, and then Greylord's Mansion. Okay, Digimon wants to sleep. I don't plan on keeping him awake against his will. I am willing to let him sleep. I have until the end of this hour. Well, just before the end of this hour. Because if your Digimon wants to sleep and the clock strikes a new hour, your happiness and discipline go down. So, as long as I let Digimon sleep just before we reach the end of this hour, then everything should be okay. There are a lot of doors available to us, but most of them are locked. This one here is the only one that's not locked. Takes us to a room with two doors. One's locked, one isn't. We use the one that isn't locked. And here there are 3 Soulmons, and we have to defeat them before we can use the other door, which takes us to a different room within the mansion. Two of them are participating, so when the battle's over I'll have to go back the way I came, return, and then challenge the one who ran away. when I do challenge the other Soulmon, ideally the other Soulmons won't take part in the battle. I don't know if it might be possible to approach the Soulmon in a way where the other Soulmons aren't on screen. Failing that, I'll just have to hope that they choose not to participate. Yeah, it looks like there's 2 on screen, and both of them are choosing to battle. Actually, I think the other one just ran away. Some of the noises that some Digimon make really can be quite disturbing. Okay, we're done here. No Digimon in this room, just items. And another unlocked door. Helped ourselves to the mansion key, and now we can get through most of the doors here in the mansion. In here is where the 2 brain chips are, but there's also an enemy as well. If we go back this way to a room that I was previously in, we can now unlock this door here with the mansion. There is a random Digimon who we need to battle. There are Digimon in the next place that I'm about to go to. 2 Rockmon. There they are. And only one is choosing to fight, so I'll have to backtrack. That was lucky. Okay, I'll approach the one who ran away so that he'll definitely be involved in the battle. And they both choose to fight. Why couldn't they have done that the last time, where it would have been more helpful? And that is annoying. The Rockmon got defeated by the other Rockmon. Joy, back we go again. Okay, surely nothing can go wrong this time. Okay, at last we are now done with this bit. So we can fall down the trap, which takes us to a part of the Grey Lord's mansion that we haven't yet been to. A bit where we are able to reach my Altismon. Okay, he gives us a refrigerator key, and the refrigerator is in the room where the 3 Soulmons are. And I don't know if you can hear any background noise, but there is some work going on outside of my window. Hopefully, if the mic is picking it up, then hopefully it's not too bad. It's out of my control, it's just people doing work that needs to be done. I apologise about it, if you are able to hear it. I don't need to come in here. I just have a bit of an obsession with making sure that I unlock every door that I'm able to unlock. And then I choose to fall for another trap. Takes me back down to here, near where the refrigerator is. And there will now be a sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery. If you collect it and leave the Overdale Cemetery and then return to the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to Myotismon, then there will be another sirloin in the same spot. So in other words, the sirloin would have respawned, and it keeps respawning until you eventually give a sirloin to Myotismon. If you collect just one sirloin, go straight to Myotismon and give it to him, then you'll never see any of the sirloins again. Since it's an item that you only get one opportunity to collect, I choose to collect 2 and then go back to Myotismon, give one of the sirloins to him. The first part of Greylord's Mansion will be done, the sirloins will stop spawning, and then the one in my inventory goes into the item bank. I just think it's nice to have an item that you are not meant to be able to have. An item which you won't have if you don't act here and now and take advantage of the opportunity to collect more than one and keep one for yourself. Until recently, I was unaware that the dialogue that you have with Myotismon here is different depending on whether or not you have the arena set up. If you've recruited Greymon and have the arena set up, then there's a bit of extra dialogue, and so the dialogue is a bit different. But if you haven't recruited Greymon and had the arena set up, then there's a bit less dialogue. But when I spoke to Myotismon, I did have the arena set up, so there was the extra dialogue. I sold what I don't think I'll need, and the remaining stuff can either stay in my inventory or go into the item bank. Okay, Brains has made it up to 350 from the battles that I had in Greylord's Mansion, so I'll just need to give one brain chip to Digimon, and then his brains will reach 400. Since I have the item shop now, I thought that restores probably aren't as necessary as they previously were, so I've decided to sell the restores. I put one brain chip into the item bank along with the MP chip. The remaining brain chip is to be given to Digimon. And all of the other requirements must be fulfilled because we are digivolving straight away. Piximon is ours again, and probably at a younger age this time, since we weren't so late with digivolving from Tainomon to Palmon. But instead of going straight to the Great Canyon, I think there could still be some work to be done on my stats. When I say that, I'm mostly referring to my HP and MP. I think the other stats are probably okay. Yeah, HP and MP were just 2,500, attack and defense were 400, speed and brains were 500. So we can just up our HP and MP. And for the battles that we've got ahead of us, I think the stats that we've currently got with attack, defense, speed and brains will probably be good enough. 3,000 MP, I think that's an okay amount. Now I just want to make sure my HP is looking a bit better than it is currently. Well, we're close to when Piximon wants to sleep, so hopefully if we just train a bit more, then we can make it up to when Piximon wants to sleep and without seeing the sweat bubble. Okay, it's good news. Piximon does want to sleep and there's no sweat bubble. So HP and MP are both 3,000. I think I'm happy with 3,000 MP, but my HP I would like to go further with. Okay, well, Piximon's just woken up from a sleep, and and when we go to the Great Canyon, we want to be falling off the cliff at around the time in which Piximon wants to sleep. So hopefully that can be done today if I train my HP and rest accordingly. Hopefully today will be long enough in order for me to get my HP to an amount that I consider to be adequate, and then head to the Great Canyon and fall off the cliff and see to the daytime Digimon in the lower part of the Great Canyon. I'm gonna save just in case it all goes pear-shape. So I don't want to arrive at the Great Canyon too late, where I'm having to keep Piximon awake against his will. I also don't want to arrive too early, so that I end up just having to loiter for a bit. And I also don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble either. I mean, I've just rested twice, so it's okay to do more training, but I have to be mindful of the fact that I'm going to have to get into battles as well. And I want to be in a position where, after having the battles, I'm not seeing the sweat bubble. That's the position that I want to be in. I want to win the battles without seeing the sweat bubble, and then sleep and save. I'm happy with 4,000 HP and 3,000 MP, at least for the time being I am anyway. So from here I'm heading to the Great Canyon. And I do still continue to look out for random items, so you saw when I went downwards on the Digimon Bridge, I was looking for a Digimushroom and also a blue apple. I continue to, look out for items, be it Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, blue apples, orange bananas, Dulux mushrooms, whatever it might be. When you fall off the cliff, the dialogue is different depending on whether or not you have a Digimon who can fly. If you don't have a Digimon who can fly, then your character, I think, acknowledges that your Digimon must be in pain, and your character apologises to your Digimon. But if you have a Digimon who can fly, then your character is surprised and says that the Digimon looks fine, and then the character realises that the Digimon flew, and so it didn't sustain any harm. I've got Piximon who can fly, so the dialogue will be different to how it normally is. Interestingly, if you go to Trash Mountain for the first time and speak to the Sukamon who approaches you, then the dialogue is different if you yourself have a Sukamon as your Digimon. And I explained about how the dialogue at the Grey Lord's mansion can differ depending on whether or not the arena in the File City has been set up. There's a few scenarios though where the dialogue can differ throughout the game. It's like when you speak to Leomon for the first time in the bit of the Gear Savannah where he loiters, where there's like a couple pieces of training equipment. If you speak to him for the first time and you already have his Ancestor Stone, then the dialogue is a bit different than if you don't have his Ancestor Stone when you speak to him for the first time. Well, it's okay that both these Digimon are involved, providing one doesn't kill the other, because that will really shoot me in the foot. I am probably very lucky that Hurricane got blocked. Blocked by the Dragonfly Digimon, I mean. Hooray! The daytime Digimon in this area have been defeated, and no injury for me. No sweat bubble either. Nothing else, like no food, doesn't need the toilet. So we sleep, we save, we reset and reload, and now we battle the nighttime Digimon. Who's next for a bit of fun? Well, Gotsumon here, and there's another Digimon as well, closer to the exit. Okay, it's just another Gotsumon. I really don't think there's any harm in battling these Digimon separately, so just fighting one individual Digimon at once rather than having multiple Digimon in one battle. And the reason for that is because we are not in any rush at all. Until 7 AM, all we have left to do is to defeat the Digimon in this area, and then it's just a case of twiddling our thumbs until 7 AM, so the Digimon switch from nighttime Digimon to daytime Digimon. Yeah, the only reason why I was allowed to go from the previous area to here is because of the fact that in the previous area I defeated the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon, and what made that possible was sleeping, saving and reloading in between the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon, and now I've been able to enter this area during nighttime. Once all of these Digimon are defeated though, the nighttime Digimon that is, the only direction I'll be allowed to go is backwards to the previous area where I've already beaten both the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon. And then when I'm there I'll just have to wait until it's 7 AM. So the Digimon in this area will change to daytime Digimon, and then when I defeat them, I will then be able to go further from here. The waiting game is about to start. Probably could do with recovering my MP. And now the waiting game has started. And you're probably not surprised by my decision to speed the video up. And I'm probably going to mess on the floor, and I have messed on the floor, and now it's 7 AM. And now the waiting game has ended. And we can carry on now. With these Digimon defeated, we are now entitled to use the path heading downwards towards the fortress entrance. We are also entitled to use the elevator, which can take us back up to the higher areas of the Great Canyon, take us away from the lower part of the Great Canyon. I'm choosing to battle Agumon first, so that way we no longer have to delay battling Olgamon for the first time. Okay, I no longer need to keep postponing Olgamon. It will now be okay to speak to Yoramon about the bandits, so that Olgamon will feature at the Great Canyon and we can battle him. I've already defeated the 3 Goborymons in the area that Ulgamon spawns at. I've defeated the Agumon outside of the Olga Fortress, as well as the other Digimon in the lower bits of the Great Canyon. Near where you fall off the cliff, I defeated the 3 Weedmon and the 3 Goborymon. So if I battle and defeat Ulgamon, then I can continue to make progress with the Great Canyon. Instead of going up just once in the elevator, I decided to go up twice because I would like to battle Birdramon, as I'm keen to recruit her and have the opportunity to make the most of the Birdra transport. Had I used the elevator to go up just once, then it would have taken me to an area where there are random Digimon who I haven't yet defeated. But I am aware of them, and I will be seeing to them. It's good that we do have the Birdra transport now, although Birdramon can't currently take us to Friesland because we haven't been there yet. Same with Misty Trees and Beetleland. She can take us to Gear Savannah. She can take us to the Dino region, but I don't think we have any reason to go there. She can take us to the Great Canyon, but she would take us to part of the Great Canyon where there are random Digimon, and we haven't yet defeated any of these specific random Digimon, so at the moment being taken to the Great Canyon's probably not an option either. But as we continue to make progress, Birdramon will become more and more useful, because eventually we will be able to have her take us to certain destinations without any complications. I think some resting is in order because we have had quite a lot of battles since waking up. We woke up in the lower part of the Great Canyon where I had to defeat 3 nighttime Digimon. Then I went to the next area where I had to beat 3 more nighttime Digimon plus 3 daytime Digimon, Agumon and Birdramon. But I think any tiredness has been taken care of, and we've refilled our HP and MP by 1,000 from resting twice. Before we go any further, I think it's important to save because of the progress that we've made since waking up at the Great Canyon. Uramon, he's mentioned about the bandits. Okay, let's not have Birdramon take us to the Great Canyon, because we wouldn't be able to go from the area that Birdramon will take us to where Olgamon is, because of the random Digimon that we haven't yet defeated. Even if we were to defeat them, we would only be defeating the daytime Digimon. There are nighttime Digimon as well, so let's just go to the Great Canyon on foot. We will be able to go straight to where Olgamon is, and we will be able to battle him and defeat him. And then we can go to the next area, the next part of the Great Canyon, which is the area where Birdramon takes you to if you have Birdramon take you to the Great Canyon, where the elevator is, above the lower parts of the Great Canyon, but below where you battle Birdramon. And I can defeat the daytime Digimon, and hopefully by then Piximon will want to sleep, and then by sleeping we can cut forward to the period in which it will be nighttime Digimon present, and then we can either go from the Great Canyon to Friesland, the first part of Friesland, or we can have or we can use the elevator to go down and head for the Olga Fortress, where we will be able to battle Olgamon for the second time. But there are also a load of random Digimon in the Olga Fortress who we will have to defeat, and before fighting Olgamon. Defeating Olgamon at the Olga Fortress results in the random Digimon in the Olga Fortress disappearing. That's why you have to beat the random Digimon before beating Olgamon when you're doing a challenge like this. Very lucky that Agumon blocked the tremor, otherwise he would have been defeated. I was hoping he'd be poisoned and that would finish him off. Seems I was unlucky. Just before the battle, I did alter my techniques so that the techniques that I've got are Spinning Shot, Wind Cutter, and Poison Claw. And my reason for wanting Spinning Shot was to enable myself to do pretty severe damage, because something I was worried about before the Ogumon battle was the risk of the Ogumons getting defeated by Ogumon's Tremor. So I thought by having Spinning Shot, hopefully I could defeat the Ogumons myself early on. And defeat Ogumon quickly as well. Because if I defeated Ogumon before while the two Ogumons were still alive, then that would stop Ogumon from being able to harm the Ogumons with Tremor. Okay, Piximon does want to sleep, but before we let him sleep, we do need to defeat the other daytime Digimon in this area. Well, that's the last of them. The daytime Digimon, that is. And all we have to do is sleep, and we will be and then it will be the nighttime period. And rather than reload, and I thought just go to the previous area, sleep here, and then when I go to the area I was just in, it will be the nighttime Digimon. And I'm sticking with the current techniques: Spinning Shot, Wind Cutter, and Poison Claw. When it comes to value for MP, I suppose Poison Claw is the worst technique, because the MP consumption is almost as high as the amount of damage that the attack does. Nonetheless, it does still consume less MP than the other two techniques, even though the value for MP isn't as good, and it can also poison. Poison Claw and Wind Cutter are both attacks that are, you know, quite hard to interrupt and quite good at interrupting. Wind Power is stronger, costs more MP, but is better when it comes to value for MP. And it can't cause status harm, but Poison Claw can. Spinning Shot, that's the technique that I'm relying on to do the major damage, because it is a lot stronger than Wind Cutter and even stronger still than Poison Claw. My decision was to come here before using the elevator and heading to the Olga Fortress, because the Digimon in the Olga Fortress are fixed, so it makes no difference if I go there whether it's day or night, whereas in this area the Digimon do vary. So I wanted to make the most of the opportunity to battle the nighttime Digimon here in the first area of Friesland. I won't be able to go any further into Friesland, nor will I be able to go to the part of the Great Canyon where there's that Goborimon who's blocking your way on the bridge. I won't be able to go there either. Because I will have to defeat the daytime Digimon in the part of the Friesland that I was just in before I will be able to take any of the other paths that are there. It's not daytime just yet, so we can do a little bit of training to pass the time. got time to rest as well. I did a little bit of battling and a little bit of training, so there's probably a little bit of tiredness. It's not daytime yet, but it is very close to daytime, literally about a quarter of an hour or so. Well, it's okay to now have Birdramon take us to the Great Canyon, because there's no longer any complications with that. The Olga Fortress is something I am worried about because of the risk of Olgamon defeating the Ogumons in the battle that we have with Olgamon. Not to mention that the random encounters, you are pretty much up against multiple Digimon at once, and there is a risk of them killing each other as well. It's less of an issue with the random Digimon in the Olga Fortress, because I can just battle them again. But with Olgamon, there's no second chances. Ideally, I would like to time it so that Piximon wants to sleep, like just before I make it up to the second Olgamon battle, so that I can sleep and therefore save just before fighting Olgamon for the second time. So if it goes wrong, then all I have to do is reset and try again. And we get an extra sirloin. Lucky us. Well, I've done the most that I can do here for the time being. Come back at night time when it's Ice Devimons. And then battle them. And then carry on. Since we are all done here, I can go this way now. Out myself to a defense chip. I will have to go there after defeating Olgamon for the second time, but I thought help myself to the defense chip, so I've got it now rather than wait until later. But I really don't think the Olga Fortress can be put on hold for any longer. I can't really think of anything else that we can do now before going to the Olga Fortress. I can't really think of anything that would be sort of logically sensible to do before coming here. So really we need the random battles to take us up until Piximon is ready to sleep. So then we can sleep just before the second Olgamon fight. All three defeated by me. So that was a straightforward battle. Only one of the Gabumons is fighting, that's no good. I'm not sure if it's possible for the Gabumons to defeat other... Well, I don't know if they use any attacks which tend to attack other Digimon. They possibly might use Tremor, and that definitely does attack other Digimon. That's not really very helpful, because I'm not sure if the Gabumon who's running away is the Gabumon who I haven't yet defeated. There's no doubt that I've defeated the Agumon in this area, because he stands out from the two Gabumons, but since the Gabumons are, since the Gabumons look exactly the same as each other, I don't know if I've defeated both of them or not. But this will answer any unanswered questions, because here we are battling both Gabumons, so as long as we defeat both of them in this battle, we can be sure that we have defeated both Gabumons. Well, now I definitely have defeated all three of these Digimon, because I defeated the Agumon in the previous battle, and I defeated both Gabumons there, and before that I either defeated both Gabumons once, or I defeated the same one Gabumon twice. Here I think the three Agumons always participate. The issue I've got is the fact that they use Heat Laser, which can defeat other Agumon. I need to unflatten really quickly. Okay. Piximon needs the toilet, which is very convenient because there's a portable potty in this next area. This is the area where Olgamon is, but there are also two Ogumons, random Digimon they are, and I do need to defeat them before Olgamon, and it really doesn't help that only one of them is participating. Now that was the fact that one of the Agumons chose not to battle is particularly annoying because now I have to backtrack to the last area, and that means having to defeat the 3 Agumons again, because the moment I leave this area and go back to the previous area, I am immediately confronted by the 3 Agumons. There you see. But at least this time they don't all have to be defeated by me. If the odd one gets defeated by another Agumon, it doesn't matter because I've already defeated these 3 Agumons. Okay, approach the Agumon on the right, because he's the one who I haven't yet defeated. So if I approach him, he will definitely participate. The other Agumon is participating as well. The only way this can go wrong is if the Agumon who I need to defeat gets defeated by the other Agumon. Don't need to worry. I have now done everything in the Olga Fortress apart from Olgamon himself, including the 2 Ogumons who he fights with. So from here I pretty much just need to wait until Piximon wants to sleep. That would be now. It's also now night time, which means that we have unfinished business waiting for us at Friesland. But one step at a time, we've got to do this first. Well, that's both Ugimons defeated by me. Well, if we follow Olgamon like you would normally do, and head towards where Shaomon is, there is the Goborimon standing on the bridge who I have to defeat. But it's the same Goborimon regardless of whether it's day or night. So I only have to defeat him once and then we're done. And then if I go towards where Shaomon is, and Shaomon will call out to us, and I will then be able to recruit Shaomon by backtracking, going back through the Olga Fortress. And there's also items in the Olga Fortress which were unavailable but are no longer unavailable, so I can help myself to those items when backtracking. You know what's interesting is those 3 Weedmon are technically in this area, which means that by this stage, if I hadn't defeated those 3 Weedmon, plus the 3 Goborimon who are there at daytime, then I wouldn't have been allowed to have done what I just did. If I followed Olgamon, if I use the elevator to go upwards in pursuit of Olgamon, I wouldn't have been allowed to have gone any further because I would have been in an area where there were Digimon who hadn't yet been defeated. But I made sure that I defeated them early on before the first Olgamon battle, so that I would be able to do what I just did. Might as well use Digimushrooms to feed Piximon, since I can't currently collect any more Digimushrooms due to me having 99 of them. Feed Digimushrooms to Piximon, bring the total below 99, then I can go back to being able to collect Digimushrooms, at least until I have 99 again. Shellmon is going to be a very useful addition, because I think you need to recruit Shellmon in order to be able to recruit Vadermon, Skullgreymon, Kawagamon, Carbolterimon, and Seedramon. I think you do get prosperity points for Seedramon, even though he doesn't actually join the city. Onwards we go. We are gradually getting closer to the misty trees. We're also going to be very close to the part of Friesland that Birdramon takes you to when you use the Birdra transport. And I think that all I need to do is to go there on foot in order for there to be the opportunity for Birdramon to take us there. The area that I'm talking about is just one place beyond where we are currently. So once I defeat the daytime Digimon here, I will then be able to get to the bit of Friesland that I was talking about, and then that should mean that I'll be able to have Birdramon take me to Friesland when using the Birdra transport. Uh, 7 AM is about an hour and a half away. So I reckon we should make a quick trip back to the city. Even though I can't have Birdramon take us to Friesland, I can still have her take us to the Great Canyon, which isn't very far away from where I need to be. Any interesting news? Okay, the article about my Altismon. The article about the late Guardian and the article about the UFO. So when we have a virus Digimon again, if I go back to Greylord's mansion, then my Altismon will be missing, and from there we can do the rest of Greylord's mansion. There's the mandatory battles against Tekamon and Skullgreymon. I think there's also 5 Dark Rizamons. There will, and obviously the Skullgreymon recruit, which will give us an extra 3 prosperity points. All I have to do is go to the Dragon Eye Lake when Seadramon is there, and I can catch him, get the prosperity points for him, go to Beetle Land where Kawagamon and Kabulterimon are located, but in the first part of Beetle Land there are random Digimon who do differ from day to night, so I won't be able to go straight to Kawagamon and Kabulterimon. Here I've acknowledged the second crop circle, so there will be another article once I have, I think it's 45 prosperity points, and it says about an alien Digimon. Go back to where I was in Mount Panorama, and Vadermon will show up and join the city. I think that the times that Seadramon shows up at is 8 AM and 5 PM, and I think it's currently 9 AM. So 8 AM would have been the hour before. 5 PM is quite a bit later. 8 hours, I think. Well, 7 now. Make that 6. No, once again, I'm trying to use time to my advantage, because if I go back to Friesland and defeat the daytime Digimon, then I'll be able to take the path on the left as if I'm heading towards my sanctuary and can defeat the daytime Digimon there. I'd also be able to use the path on the right as if I'm heading deeper into Friesland, and we'll be able to defeat the daytime Digimon there, but then I would be stuck until nighttime, so hopefully by that point Piximon will want to sleep or be close to wanting to sleep, so that I can then sleep and get up to nighttime. Wasn't that fun? So we've got Olgamon look-alike, Snowgoborymon and Snowgoborymon. At night time, I think it's just 3 Ice Devimons. Oh dear. There's a risk of one of them getting killed by the other. Not anymore. Ice Sanctuary isn't top of my priority list, so even when I defeat the nighttime Digimon, I probably won't go to the Ice Sanctuary straight away, as I will probably want to prioritise the main parts of Friesland. Because here I'm sort of working towards Misty Trees and also working towards the 3rd Olgamon battle. Where I defeated the previous 5 Digimon in just 2 battles, I'm not exactly in a rush to defeat these 3 Digimon, so I've got time to fight them individually. three Digimon here are all Olgamon lookalikes. At night time, it's 2 Ice Devimons and 1 Olgamon lookalike, but the Olgamon lookalike is individually a different Digimon to any of these 3 Olgamon lookalikes. So how long is the waiting game going to go on for? The waiting game where we have to wait for Piximon to want to sleep. Not long at all, to be honest. That was less than an hour. You know, less than an hour from when I defeated the last Digimon. There are now 2 new paths that we can use. We can go upwards to where Frigimon's igloo is, or we can go take the path on the right, this way, as if we're heading towards the iceberg. Regardless of which path I picked, though, I wouldn't have been able to have gone any further because both areas contain daytime Digimon as well as nighttime Digimon. Done here for now. I need to take the upper path, and before nighttime ends I do also need to battle the Digimon near the Ice Sanctuary. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to also keep one eye on Beetle Land, because there's one area in Beetle Land which contains random Digimon. It's the first area, so it's going to immediately be a problem for me, and I do need to defeat Digimon there at daytime and at nighttime. It would be particularly useful to recruit Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon because they modify the equipment in the green gym and make it more effective, so that you get bigger stat boosts whenever you train there. I can't go there yet, but 8 AM will be an opportunity I suspect that Piximon would probably be sleeping at 5 PM. The Ice Sanctuary is now ours to explore. You're meant to need a vaccine type in order to be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary. Piximon, I think, is a data type, so not a vaccine type. But there is a glitch that does enable you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, so the absence of a vaccine type won't stop you from being able to enter the Ice Sanctuary, and it would be very possible to do the whole of the Ice Sanctuary in just one visit, since the Digimon are fixed, and I don't think there are any Digimon who you only get one chance to battle, so you know, you can just re-battle any Digimon if there are any problems. But like I said before, Ice Sanctuary is not top of my priority list. It's there available to me, you know, when I decide that I would like to go there. But I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. The clock has just struck 8 AM. In other words, it's Seedramon time. I can successfully catch Seadramon and go to Beetle Land, then I can at least defeat the daytime Digimon in the first part of Beetle Land, and the fact that I'll have the blue flute means that I can summon Seadramon at any time and have him take me to Beetle Land at any time, so I don't have to rely on him being present at certain times if I can catch him here and now and get the blue flute. That's the job done. Please have consideration. I did have to use the old rod to catch him because I don't currently have the amazing rod. And it is a lot harder to reel him in when you're using the old rod instead of the amazing rod. And these are annoying battles. These Digimon are very prone to inflicting status harm upon you, and they do use attacks that can harm the other Digimon as well. That was close. One of the Tentamons almost got defeated by another Tentamon's charm perfume, but fortunately my spinning shot struck him first and defeated him, as well as the other Tentamon as well. And there's no risk of the Dakunamon not getting defeated by me, because the Tentamons were no longer able to damage him because they had been defeated, and he wasn't poisoned. I mean, if one of them had poisoned him, then that would have created a bit of a risk. And this next battle should be a lot easier because there's just one of them to deal with. Instead of fighting 3 and then fighting 1, it might have made more sense to fight 2 and then fight 2, because there were 4 Digimon in total. Am I confused? I wonder. I'm confused. .com. Well, here it was 3 Tentamons and 1 Dakunamon. At night time, I think it's 2 of each. Do I care about poison powder and charm perfume? I mean, poison powder is good for poisoning multiple Digimon at once. Charm perfume's alright. I mean, it's quite fast, and you know, it's a good way of confusing multiple Digimon at once. But I think I'll stick with what I've currently got for the time being. I believe Friesland is where I need to go. I saw to the Digimon just before Ice Sanctuary, and the Digimon in the area before that, and the Digimon in the area that Birdramon is about to take us to. But we've got the daytime Digimon up here, and beyond that is Garulamon. I can go further, but before I do, I think Piximon needs to occupy the toilet for a few moments. And there's also the path heading down towards the iceberg. Now, Garulamon, or rather the area with Garulamon, is going to be a bit of an interesting one, because in order for me to be allowed to proceed further, which would mean entering the Misty Trees, I have to defeat Garulamon both times, and I have to defeat the random Digimon who replace Garulamon, and those Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. So in this area I have to defeat Garulamon twice and 2 sets of random Digimon as well. That's the first hurdle overcome. So we can't battle Garulamon again until tomorrow. I think it's 4 PM onwards. Until Garulamon returns, there are random Digimon in this area instead. Currently the daytime Digimon, because we're at the daytime period, so I can also defeat the daytime Digimon, but that leaves the nighttime Digimon and Garulamon, the Garulamon rematch. Yeah, if you haven't defeated Garulamon the first time, then Garulamon will always be here, and it will never be random Digimon. when you defeat Garulamon for the first time, he will return for a rematch, and he will only be there at fixed times. I think 4 PM is when he first appears, for the rematch, and I think he does remain for a number of hours before he disappears, and then he won't return again until the next day. And if you go there when it's not within the time slot where he's present for a rematch, then it will be random Digimon instead. The Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. And then after you defeat Garulamon for the second time, Garulamon is then permanently gone, and it's only random Digimon who will be present in that area. When you do defeat Garulamon for the second time, the random Digimon who are in that area don't change. They are the same 2 sets of random Digimon, regardless of whether you've defeated Garulamon once or twice. The only difference is that if you've defeated Garulamon both times, then it will always be random Digimon who are there and not Garulamon. Whereas if you've only defeated Garulamon once, then it will mostly be random Digimon, but occasionally be Garulamon. don't think we can do any more during the day, but conveniently Piximon is close to wanting to sleep. There you go. I now have access to Penguinmon and the Moldramon, which means that finally I can start doing some trading, and I can put all of those Digimushrooms to good use. In other words, I can turn them into medium recoveries. Before that though, let's play some curling. Heavy stone first, since I have no pegged stones. If you've seen my previous, well, some of my previous videos for this game, then I probably don't need to explain to you what my general tactics are with curling. But in case this is my first, in case this is like the first Digimon video of mine that you're watching, I guess I should try and summarise it. If I have pegged stones, I tend to use them first, because pegged stones stick, so if you get them on a good spot, your opponent can't knock them about with their own stones, because pegged stones, where they stop, they remain for the rest of the game. I then tend to prioritise the heavier stones, because I think they are harder to knock about. So if you land a heavy stone on a good spot, I think that your opponent will have a harder job knocking your heavier stones about rather than your lighter stones. And also, towards the end, if you're losing, it can be a good tactic to try and knock your opponent's stones about. Try and knock your opponent's stones off of good spots or onto bad spots. And I find that the lighter stones tend to be better at knocking your opponent's stones about. So heavier stones better when it comes to having to resist being knocked about, and not so good at knocking other stones about, and then lighter stones, it's the other way around. And I'm losing, and this is my last stone. Hit and hope, I suppose. Well, I have the lead, but Penguinmon's got one stone left. And I think that's helped me, if anything, yes. That just increased my lead. And, well, most importantly, I won, so I don't need to return with a fish, just so that I can have a rematch with Penguinmon. I do have quite a few items which can be traded with the Moldramons, although I think some of them are in the item bank. But I can at least trade these Digimushrooms. Okay, well, I've maxed out on medium recoveries, and I still must have a lot of Digimushrooms left over. I check here just because there can be an ice mushroom there. And this part of Friesland is where you speak to Waymon so that he takes you to where Olgamon is for the third battle. But before I can do that, I have to defeat the Digimon in this area. Ice Devimon here at night time, and I think it's a Snow Goborimon during the day. And I can't have Waymon take me to the secret beach cave until I've defeated both sets of the random Digimon here. So in other words, I can't go to the secret beach cave yet. The earliest opportunity that I will get is daytime later today. So back we go for now. And there are two other Moldramon that we can see to. The one down here is the one who gives you super defense discs for medium recoveries. That's all of our medium recoveries used up. We have 99 super defense discs instead, which will sell for 198,000 bits. Not having any medium recoveries could be a problem, but fear not, because our remaining Digimushrooms can be turned into medium recoveries, so we can get back a lot of medium recoveries. Okay, we are now out of Digimushrooms, but when it comes to food items, I don't really need Digimushrooms anymore, because I've got an item shop where I can buy meat. We've got Digimon, who gives us sirloins. I've currently got 47 sirloins. So I think we've got plenty of food for the time being. Between days 1 and 15, there's the secret item shop in Gear Savannah where you can buy giant meats. So I really don't need to be giving Digimushrooms to my Digimon because I've got alternatives. I'm going back to where Garulamon was, because there are going to be the nighttime Digimon there. If I can get them out of the way, then that will just leave Garulamon. Well, this is where I go back to the city, because I haven't gone to Beetle Land during the night time yet. And I've got less than 2 hours until 7 AM. so I need to be acting pretty promptly. It's pretty simple. Don't do what I did last time, where I battled 3 of the 4 Digimon in one go, and then had another battle where I was just up against 1 Digimon. Have 2 battles where I'm up against 2 Digimon in both battles. And instead of 3 Tentamons and 1 Decunamon, I believe it's 2 of each, which isn't as bad, because I consider the Tentamons to be more of an issue than the Decunamons. The Tentamons are the ones that do bug, after all. Okay, it is 2 of each. Okay, and I've got both of the 2 Digimon in this battle. Now we pretty much just need a repeat of that, because we go from battling a Tentamon and a Decunamon to battling a Tentamon and a Decunamon. And we need to be successful if we want to recruit Kawagamon and Carbalterimon. They're participating, so as long as I defeat both of them, then we should be able to finish with Beetleland. In this challenge, when I do like complete an area, I do find the sort of I do get like a sense of like completion from it. You know, the fact that I, you know, like do everything that needs to be done in a certain area, and I am finding the sense of completion rewarding. There are, you know, a lot of there is still a lot of work to be done. I mean, there's the whole of Factorial Town, which we don't even have access to at the moment. There's the whole of Mount Infinity. There's Airdramon, Etamon. Two more of the Olgamon battles. There's the second half of Greylord's Mansion. There's the whole of the Ice Sanctuary. There's still parts of Friesland. The whole of the Misty Trees. The part of the Gecko Swamp that has Otamamon. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been done yet. You know, we do still have a lot of work to do, but I am making progress, and I am, you know, pleased with the progress that I am making. If I'm not mistaken, I'm done with the Dino region. I'm done with Beetle Land. With the exception of Olgamon and Leomon, I think I'm done with Drill Tunnel. Apart from Etamon, I think I'm done with the Native Forest. Tropical Jungle. Apart from Nanimon, I think I'm done with the Great Canyon. I still need to go to the Olga Fortress after recruiting Waymon so that I can speak to Nanimon at the Olga Fortress. I think the Gear Savannah is all done, apart from Leomon, of course. A speed disc is needed for a Moljamon trade. So too is the giant meat and the super carrot. Need one of the happy mushrooms. I won't be able to recruit Moldramon yet, because I still need to catch a couple of fish, a Digi Anchovy and a black trout. But I've traded Digi Mushrooms already. I have a Happy Mushroom and a Super Carrot to trade. I've traded medium recoveries already. I will get an Omni Floppy from trading the Super Carrot. And then the Omni Floppy is an item that's needed for a trade with one of the other Moldramons. I've got a giant meat which I can trade, a high speed disc that I can trade. That just leaves the 2 fish. When I feel the time is right, I can go to Ice Sanctuary and do what needs to be done there. I think it's only about 5 hours until the sort of time that Garulamon shows up at. And by going down this way, I can go to the area containing Waymon, and I can battle the Snow Goborimon there. He's the daytime Digimon. When it was nighttime, it was a nice Devimon. And if I defeat the Snow Goborimon, then I will be allowed to speak to Waymon and have him take us to the secret beach cave, where we can have the 3rd Olgamon battle, and it is something that I do have concerns with. Now, the easy fight is out of the way, but the reason why I'm nervous about the 3rd Olgamon battle is because I'm worried about the risk of the Gabumon and Olgamon getting defeated by Warusidramon. Warusidramon has that attack which typically does about 1,000 damage to both Olgamon and Gabumon. So I either need to time it right so that I make sure that it's me that defeats Gabumon and then Olgamon, or I need to take out Warusidramon before he defeats either of the others. I'm going to only have Spinning Shot though, because I want to be doing damage. I don't want to be messing around with Wind Cutter and Poison Claw. Just have Spinning Shot, and I want to be doing as much damage as possible, because I need to be defeating all 3 of the Digimon. Okay, I stopped the attack. I need to quickly kill Gabumon. And I have. Waru Seedramon is a lot closer to death than Olgamon is. And that's eliminated any remaining worries. I doubt this finish will be enough to defeat Olgamon. Now I do need to recover MP. Okay, well, Waymon will now join the city, so I will be able to go to Factorial Town, an area that I haven't made a start on yet. Please tell me the game hasn't froze. Okay. Nannymon will now be at the Olga Fortress. Speak to him there, and we will be done with the Olga Fortress and Great Canyon on the whole, with the exception of Monochromon, who we haven't yet recruited. And Olgamon will now be at the drill tunnel, because that's where the fourth and final battle takes place. It's Olgamon with 2 Agumons, and the biggest risk is the risk of the Agumons getting defeated by Olgamon's Tremor. Defeat Olgamon for the 4th time and he'll join the city. At least I can collect Digimushrooms again, now that I no longer have 99 of them in my inventory. Traded them for medium recoveries, and then traded the medium recoveries for super defense discs, and then made a big profit from it. Too many items. Ah, okay. Okay, well, I can't trade a giant meat for an autopilot because I've already got 99 autopilots. So that the trade will have to wait. Well, this puts me down to 98 autopilots, so if I go back to the Moldramon with 98 autopilots, then I'll be able to do the trade, and that will leave me just needing the 2 fish. I'm not interested in Factorial Town just yet. I'm only here to collect the Misty Egg. Okay, there's the article about an alien Digimon. That means, I think that means that we have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, which I believe is also the number of prosperity points that are needed in order for you to be able to have access to Leomon's ancestor's cave. And we must be close to being able to battle Airdramon and Etamon, because I believe you need 50 prosperity points in order for that to be possible, and I know that I have a minimum of 45. We can also recruit Vadermon, since there was the article about him. I think the next hour is the hour in which Garulamon first reappears at Friesland. In that time, I suppose we could go back to the Moldramons and trade the giant meat, which we weren't able to trade when we were last there because we had too many autopilots. But the trade will now be possible, so I'll no longer have an unwanted giant meat taking up a place in my inventory. We are, of course, going to be dealing with the second battle with Garulamon, the Garulamon rematch, the battle where you're not able to give your Digimon any items, nor are you able to command it in any sort of way or use any finishes. If you don't have a Digimon who's up to scratch, if you don't have good enough techniques or good enough stats, then I suppose the Garulamon rematch could be a tough battle. I can't say that I'm hugely anxious about it, because I think that Piximon is more than good enough to be able to win against Garulamon. With Piximon as my Digimon and Spinning Shot as my technique, and the stats that I've got, I do fancy my chances against Garulamon. I just have to hope I don't get really unlucky. I hope that he doesn't use Ice Statue and paralyze me, and then the moment the paralysis goes away he then uses another Ice Statue and paralyses me again, and it just keeps going like that. I am sleeping, but I'm not going to save as well. I'm just going to sleep, because if I was to save and sleep and then I was to lose the battle and reload, Garulamon would no longer be here because it's not within the time period. I just pause here for a little bit, but I speed the video up, and by looking at the timer you can see how quickly time went by. That couldn't really have gone any better. Garulamon's joined the city. We can now enter Misty Trees from here. However, I don't want to make a start with that in this lifespan, because I think Piximon is now 19, so I suspect that he is very close to fading away, and there is quite a lot of stuff that does need to be done in the Misty Trees and the Gecko Swamp, and instead of making a start with the risk of me fading away during the process, I would rather just put it aside, let Piximon fade away, start over again, okay, I just wanted to see if Piximon was going to fade away on that hour. He didn't, but I do want Piximon to fade away so I can start over again with a new lifespan. So I am pretty much just going to pass the time until Piximon does fade away, and I'm going to do that by resting. Okay, we are now fading away. I don't know if any of you are sensing deja vu, but the pink egg is the egg that I picked. Yoramon is the Digimon who will hatch from it. Tainomon is the Digimon that Yoramon will digivolve to, and from there the aim will be the same as the aim for the previous 2 lifespans. I think it was the previous 2 lifespans. The aim being to digivolve from Tainomon to Palmon to Vegemon to Piximon. So I'm going to be using much the same tactics when it comes to what I train. It's going to be much the same when it comes to weight, care mistakes, bonus conditions, or stuff like that. It's all going to be much the same. Like with before, instead of digivolving straight from Vegemon to Piximon, I do intend on going to Greylord's Mansion with Vegemon. Vegemon is a virus type who can enter Greylord's Mansion. The article about Myotismon was there on Shalmon's notice board, so if we go to Greylord's Mansion, Myotismon will be missing, and we will be able to do the rest of Greylord's Mansion. We will get it over and done with. We won't need to return to Greylord's Mansion once it's done. So I will be going to Greylord's Mansion with Vegemon as my Digimon. That will happen before I digivolve to Piximon, and I will be making further progress with the game with Piximon as my Digimon. To comment on the Misty Trees and the Gecko Swamp, you'll know that I went from Gear Savannah to the first area of the Gecko Swamp, where I defeated the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon. Then I went to the area where you can encounter Otamamon. I didn't battle Otamamon. Instead, I battled the random Digimon who were there. I think it was the daytime Digimon who I battled, and I then left with an autopilot, and Otamamon and the nighttime Digimon, at least I think it was the nighttime Digimon, haven't yet been defeated. And I said that my reason for doing that was because I needed to go to Misty Trees first, and that I was required to enter Misty Trees from Friesland. So just to try and give you an explanation, when you enter Misty Trees, before you speak to Shogun Geckomon, the random Digimon who roam around in the Misty Trees are different. They're different to the Digimon who roam around in the Misty Trees after you speak to Shogun Geckomon. If you enter Misty Trees from the Gecko Swamp, then the first area of the Misty Trees that you will enter is the area near where Gabumon is. The area where, if you take the upwards path, it will lead to the area that contains Gabumon, and if you take the path on the right, then it will take you to it will take you like towards like Kokotorimon. It will take you like in the direction of Kokotorimon. The area that I'm talking about, you know, the area that the part of the Misty Trees that you will enter if you enter the Misty Trees from the Gecko Swamp. So this is the area near the area where Gabumon is. The Digimon there are not affected by whether or not you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon, and the same is true with the area that contains the Gabumon. However, when you're in the area that I just spoke about, the area near the area where Gabumon is, if you take the path on the right, then the Digimon in that area differ depending on whether or not you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon at the Volume Villa, and the same is true with most of the other parts of the Misty Trees. If you enter the Misty Trees from Friesland, from Friesland, if you enter the Misty Trees, then the Digimon who are in that first area will vary depending on whether or not you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon, and the area after that, where Kokotorimon spawns at certain times of the day, the same is true there, and the area after that, and also the area that leads upwards towards Cherrymon, the same is true there as well. So, if you are in Friesland and you haven't spoken to Shogun Gekomon, and you enter the Misty Trees, I think it's 3 of the Olgamon lookalikes in the first area. I think it's 2 or 3 Goborimons in the area where Kokotorimon can spawn, and 3 of the Shaomon lookalikes in the area after that, and a Goborimon in the area that leads up towards where Cherrymon is. But once you speak to Shogun Gekomon, if you defeat Otamamon and speak to Shogun Gekomon, which you are forced to do, when you battle and defeat Otamamon, you're taken straight to the Volume Villa and you speak to Shogun Gekomon. It's not something that can be prevented. The Digimon that I've just mentioned then become history, and they are no longer part of the Misty Trees, and it's no longer possible to encounter them, and it will then be different Digimon, fixed Digimon. The Digimon do vary depending on whether it's day or night, but it's fixed so that it's specifically certain Digimon at daytime, certain Digimon at nighttime, and the Digimon who were there previously, who I mentioned, you will no longer be able to battle those Digimon. Starting from Friesland and entering the first area of the Misty Trees, after speaking to Shogun Gekomon during the day, I think it's either one Olgamon lookalike and 2 Goborimons, or 2 Olgamon lookalikes and 1 Goborimon. At night time, I think it's 2 of the Patamon lookalikes. The area where Kokatorimon sometimes spawns, after defeating Shogun Gekomon, at daytime I think it's the Shaomon lookalikes. At night time I think it's the Goborimon lookalikes. No, not lookalikes. Actual Goborimons, not Goborimon lookalikes. Actual Goborimons. Or it might be the other way around. It might be I might have got that the wrong way round with which Digimon are there at daytime and which Digimon are there at nighttime, but either way, it's Shaomon lookalikes and Goborimons, and the Goborimons are different to the Goborimons who are there before you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon. The area after that, this is, again, after you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon, I believe that it varies between the Olgamon lookalikes and Dark Rizamons. I think it's Olgamon lookalikes during the day, Dark Rizamons during the night, and then that path that goes upwards heading towards Cherrymon. At daytime, I think it's Olgamon lookalike and a Shaomon lookalike. At night time, I think it's those dark Birdramon lookalikes. There are no random Digimon in the area where Cherrymon is. And the area containing Gabumon and the area just before that, I don't think is affected by whether or not you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon. Same with the Gecko Swamp. So how is this significant? Well, if I had gone to the Gecko Swamp from Gear Savannah like I did, and entered the area where Otamamon sometimes shows up, in order for me to be allowed to proceed further, I would have to defeat all of the Digimon in that area. This is the area where Otamamon sometimes shows up. And I would have to defeat the random daytime Digimon, the random nighttime Digimon, and Otamamon as well. And I would then go straight to the Volume Villa, Shogun Gekomon would speak to me, and then the Misty Trees would change so that those Digimon who are only available in the Misty Trees before you speak to Shogun Gekomon will no longer be available, because I would have already spoken to Shogun Gekomon, and so that means that there are Digimon who I would not be defeating, and that would go against the rules of maximum kills. So instead, I was forced to enter the Misty Trees from Friesland, because that's the only way that I can enter the Misty Trees under these restrictions. It's the only way that I can enter the Misty Trees without breaking any rules. And from there, I can defeat the Digimon who are there before you speak to Shogun Gekomon. You know, the Digimon who are only there before you speak to Shogun Gekomon and are no longer there once you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon. I will be able to defeat those Digimon. I will be able to battle and defeat all of the available Digimon in the Misty Trees, and I will then be able to go to the Gecko Swamp from the Misty Trees, defeat Otamamon, speak to Shogun Gekomon. Then some of the Digimon in the Misty Trees will be different. Speaking to Shogun Gekomon will cause some of the Digimon to become history, and there will be different Digimon in the Misty Trees instead, and I can then battle those Digimon in a way where I'm fulfilling the rules of the challenge. So that's why I couldn't do the whole of Gecko Swamp when I was there, because I would have ended up losing the opportunity to battle and defeat certain Digimon, so I was forced to do things differently. So when I do enter the Misty Trees from Friesland, I won't be able to go to where Cherrymon is, because I wouldn't have spoken to Shogun Gekomon yet. You have to speak to him in order to be able to make it to Cherrymon. But there, in the first area, there should be 3 of the Olgamon lookalikes, and it's always those same 3 Digimon, regardless of whether it's day or night. Defeat them, I'll be able to proceed to the next area. It will either take me to the area where Kokotorimon sometimes spawns, or it will take me to that path which would normally lead upwards towards where Cherrymon is. If it's that path, then there will be a Gaborimon there, who I will have to defeat. If it's the area where Kokotorimon sometimes spawns, then it will be 2 or 3 Gaborimons, who I will have to defeat. I will also have to go there. When I do go to that bit for the first time, I will also need to make sure that it's around the sort of time that Kokotorimon shows up, because I will also have to defeat Kokotorimon before I will be allowed to proceed further. And the area after that, it will be the 3 Shaomon lookalikes, defeat them, then go to the last area of the Misty Trees. This is the area containing the path which leads to the area where Gabumon is. The Digimon in the area that I'm talking about are not affected by Shogun Gekomon. So it's going to be the same Digimon regardless of whether or not you've spoken to Shogun Gekomon, but but these Digimon do vary from day to night, so I will have to defeat the Digimon who are there at daytime and the Digimon who are there at nighttime. And I will have to do both the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon before I can proceed any further. During the night, I think it's either one Patamon look-alike and 2 Dark Rizamons, or the other way around, 2 Patamon look-alikes and 1 Dark Rizamon. And then daytime, I think it's either 2 of the Olgamon look-alikes and 1 of the Xiaomon look-alikes, or the other way around, 2 Xiaomon look-alikes, 1 Olgamon look-alike. If you go up to Gabumon and defeat him, then he gets replaced by random Digimon, and the Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. At the Gecko Swamp, when you defeat Otamamon, you then get taken to the Volume Villa, and you don't have any control over it. And by going to the Volume Villa, you are proceeding further. You are going from the Gecko Swamp to the Volume Villa, so you're going from one area to another. So in order to be allowed to be taken to the Volume Villa, you have to have defeated all of the Digimon in that area. So that means the random daytime Digimon and the random nighttime Digimon will both have to get defeated before defeating Otamamon. I've already defeated one of the sets of random Digimon in the Gecko Swamp, and I think it's the daytime Digimon, so I'll just have to defeat the nighttime Digimon and then Otamamon. And from speaking to Shogun Gekomon, I'll then be able to make it to where Cherrymon is, and from there I'll have access to Toy Town. So, all in all, I am going to have my work cut out. There is quite a lot of work to be done, because there's some places in the Misty Trees where I'm going to have to defeat 3 sets of Digimon in total. That's just one of the remaining things that I need to do. But there is other work as well. I haven't started with Factorial Town yet. I will have to defeat all of the random Digimon in Factorial Town before I can proceed further, and there's Metal Mummemon as well, who will have to be defeated before I can proceed further. There's Ice Sanctuary, there's the second half of Greylord's Mansion, there's the whole of Mount Infinity, there's Airdramon, Etamon, Frigimon, Moldramon, Olgamon, Leomon. The list goes on. I think I have worked hard to get to where I am, but by no means am I close to being done. There is still a lot of work left. so I do have plenty of difficult tasks ahead of me. I've gotten quite a few difficult tasks out of the way already, but there are a lot more difficult tasks to come. Going by these rules, there certainly are some, difficult places. Tropical Jungle was difficult. Great Canyon was difficult. Gecko Swamp and Misty Trees are going to be difficult. I had to battle Mumemon very early on. I had to battle Piximon early on. But bringing our attention back to the present, you can see I have Palmon as my Digimon. She can't be too far away from Digivolving. Okay, I thought that might make her Digivolve, because it was putting her weight within the correct range. She didn't Digivolve, so I can only imagine I haven't had Palmon for long enough, but maybe she'll Digivolve after this. Yes. And hopefully it will be Vegemon. Yes. No tamer level boost this time. But we have a virus Digimon, so we have access to Greylord's mansion. The only thing is that before going to Greylord's mansion, I would like to get my stats better because of the battles that I need to have. There won't be any battles until the underground lab, but when you do enter the underground lab, I believe there are 2 Dark Rizamons, and then after them there's 3 Dark Rizamons, Tekamon, and then beyond that Skull Greymon. And the Digimon are fixed. They're not influenced by whether it's day or night. They're not influenced by anything else. It's always the same individual Digimon. But they will have to all be defeated. The 2 Dark Rizamons and 3 Dark Rizamons and Tekamon are all in the same area. And then Skull Greymon is in a separate area. So I'll have to defeat 5 Dark Rizamons and a Tekamon before I can make it up to the Skull Greymon. I do have to go to Greylord's mansion before Vegemon digivolves to Piximon, because I need a virus type. Vegiemon is a virus type, Piximon is not. But I don't want to go too early because I would like to do quite a bit of training to get my stats better, ready for the battles that I will get into at Greylord's Mansion. Like with before, the aim is to train until I'm close to fulfilling the stat requirement for Piximon, but not fulfilling the stat requirement for Piximon. That way Vegiemon won't digivolve, because I'm also not going to be fulfilling the care mistake requirement. And then I can go to Greylord's Mansion, do what needs to be done, and then bring my stats up so that I do then fulfill the stat requirements for Piximon. That, combined with fulfilling the weight requirement and the bonus condition, will result in me digivolve into Piximon if I've had Vegiemon for long enough. Has to be a minimum of 6 days. I think Palmon was 5 when she digivolved to Vegiemon, so Vegiemon won't be able to digivolve to Piximon until he is 11 or older. I think it probably makes the most sense to get my attack, defense and speed to where it needs to be for Vegiemon to digivolve to Piximon. HP and MP are irrelevant, but I probably should still train them because it will help with winning the battles in Greylord's Mansion. Brains, like with before, if I get it to a minimum of 300, but keep it below 400, so that I've got the distance and change target command, I'll be, not too far away from reaching 400 brains and being able to digivolve to Piximon. And when it is time to digivolve to Piximon, if it's just my brains that's adrift, then I can either train my brains at the gym, or I can use a brain chip to help me out. I do definitely have at least one brain chip in the item bank. Brains is 330, so it will need to be 350 in order for a brain chip to bring it up to 400. I can either train brains a little bit more so that it's at a minimum of 350, or if my defense still needs to be trained, then my brains will go up from me training my defense, and that might be able to get brains up to 350 or more. Not being a vaccine type, neither Vegiemon or Piximon can enter Ice Sanctuary the proper way. Either way, I would have to use the glitch to enter Ice Sanctuary regardless of whether my Digimon is Piximon or Vegiemon, but it would make the most sense to do Ice Sanctuary when I've got Piximon as my Digimon, because Piximon will have better stats, a more powerful finish, and there might be better choice of techniques as well, because I'm sure there are a number of techniques that Piximon can do that Vegiemon can't. Vegiemon can do a few water techniques that Piximon can't do, but I really don't care about that. There are earth techniques that Piximon can do that Vegiemon can't, and there are air techniques that Piximon can do that Vegiemon can't. That includes Spinning Shot, a technique that I've been relying on quite heavily of late. If I was to learn Bug at some point, then I think that's a technique that Vegiemon can't use, that Piximon can use. So, yeah, when it comes to progress that can be made with either Vegiemon or Piximon, it makes the most sense to do it with Piximon because of the reasons I just gave. Better Digimon, better stats, better techniques. The only time that it makes sense to make progress with Vegiemon is when it's progress that physically can't be made with Piximon, like Greylord's Mansion, for example, because Vegiemon can enter it and Piximon can't. It'll be nice when I finally recruit Etamon, because then there will be no more random Digimon on the Digimon Bridge. I've already defeated all of the Digimon who you can possibly encounter on the Digimon Bridge, so the random Digimon who are there at the moment in replacement of Ninjamon, who disappear after you recruit Etamon, those Digimon are serving no useful purpose, they're just getting in the way. The part of Gear Savannah where the secret item shop is, I've defeated the random Digimon who feature in there when the secret item shop isn't open. Mumemon and Piximon, two of the more difficult recruits, both sorted, and out of the places that I've been to and currently have access to, I have defeated most of the random Digimon. Okay, speed has reached the target of 400. MP is good for now at 2,500. HP needs to get better. It's possible that my attack will reach 300 just from training HP. I need to work on defense, and that will help out brains as well. Well, with regards to stats, I've made a fair bit of progress, but still have a fair bit more progress to be done. Now, just passing Waymon just made me think about Factorial Town, because the area that Waymon takes you to contains random Digimon. I think it's Guardromons at daytime and Platinum Sukamons at nighttime. Both sets of Digimon will have to be defeated before you can go to the next area, which is the area that Metal Mummemon sometimes shows up at. And then there are also random Digimon in that area. I think it's Guardromons at daytime and those yellow Numamon at nighttime. I will have to defeat both sets of Digimon and Metal Mummemon before I can go to the next area, where at daytime I think there's 1 Guardromon and 2 Platinum Sukamons, and nighttime I think it's 2 Guardromons and 1 yellow Numamon. And once they're defeated, I would then have access to the guards, the 2 Guardromon who block the way, who you have to make it past when there's a shift change. And then there's the rest of the Factorial Town from that area. So Factorial Town is going to require a number of visits. I'm going to have to be making progress at day and at night. My Sanctuary shouldn't be too bad. Greylord's Mansion shouldn't be too bad. Misty Trees is probably gonna prove to be a pain, along with the bit of the Gecko Swamp that we haven't yet done. Attack has reached its target of 300. HP is at 3000. I think that will be okay for now. You know, this is just with Vegemon. My stats will go up when I digivolve to Piximon. Right, well, I believe it's just defense and brains left to do, but I don't want to get both of them up to their target, not until I finish with Greylord's Mansion. Defense only needs to go up to 300. Brains needs to go up to 400. That's the requirements to digivolve to Piximon. Of course, at the moment I need to keep them, well, at least one of them under the requirements. I believe Champion Digimon and Ultimate Digimon need the toilet every 6 hours, which works out to be 4 times a day. Rookie Digimon, I think it's every 4 hours, which works out to be 6 times a day. And then Baby Digimon and in Training Digimon, I think it's every 3 hours, which works out to be 8 times a day. Digimon are creatures that sure need to pass a lot of feces. Now, I don't see humans going 4 to 8 times a day. If you lived in the Digimon world, I think time would just pass you by, because a minute in the Digimon world I think equates to a second in the real world, and in which case an hour in the Digimon world is a minute in the real world. So a day in the Digimon world would just be 24 minutes in the real world, is that right? 1 second equals 1 minute, so 60 seconds equals 60 minutes, so 1 minute equals an hour. 24 hours equals a day, so I think that's 24 minutes equals a day. And in the Digimon world, isn't there just 30 days to a year? So 30 times 24, I think I make that 720 minutes. That's what, 12 hours? So a 24-hour period in the real world is 2 years in the Digimon world, if I've done my maths correctly. Right, defense is there. Brains will be there with 1 single brain chip or a few hours of brain training, but it won't get there just from the battles that I'm going to be having, so I don't need to worry about my brain stat getting too high from winning battles. We might as well recruit Vadermon, since we have the option. Xiaomon's notice board had article number 8 regarding Vadermon, and then article number 6 regarding Myotismon, and then the 5 other articles. The only one missing is article 7, which appears after you save Myotismon for the second time and recruit Skullgreymon. You don't need to read the article, but it's there if you want to. When I defeat Olgamon for the 4th time and recruit him, I have to try to remember that while I'm at the drill tunnel, it would make sense to also go to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave and get the Leomon's Ancestor's Stone, as well as the attack chip which is there, and then take it to Leomon, and he'll then join the city. I've come here to the Great Canyon just so that I can go to the Olga Fortress and speak to Nanimon. I believe it will be our 2nd time of speaking to Nanimon. I think we spoke to him at the Dino region and are about to speak to him at the Olga Fortress. We haven't spoke to him at Toy Town. We haven't even gone to Toy Town yet. We haven't spoke to him at the Factorial Town sewer. Again, we haven't even been there yet. And we haven't spoke to him at the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, another area we haven't yet been to. He will appear there after recruiting Leomon. So something else for me to remember when I go to the drill tunnel and Leomon's Ancestor's Cave and recruit Leomon. Remember, I have to then go back to drill tunnel, Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, so that I can speak to Nanimon. I'm glad that there doesn't appear to be any complications with Etamon. Now, I don't think there are any Digimon who I have to defeat before battling Etamon in order to be successful at this challenge. I think the only initial requirement is the 50 prosperity points, and I don't think that defeating Etamon causes any new Digimon to spawn who I have to defeat. When you do recruit him and he ends up at the Digimon Bridge, the random Digimon who's there in replacement of Ninjamon will disappear, so you have to make sure you defeat the Digimon on the Digimon Bridge before you battle Etamon. So that is one initial requirement, you know, initial battles that do need to be had before Etamon, but they are battles that I've already had. Right, here we are. All of the doors have already been unlocked, so I don't need the mansion key. There's only one door which we currently can't get through. But once we have the cutscene with Digimon, we will be able to get through the door, and we don't need the mansion key for it. Yeah, just by going into that area, your character acknowledges that Myotismon is gone. You have to read article number 6 in order for Myotismon to go missing. And after realising that he's not where he was when you last spoke to him, you have to then go to where he was when you first found him. And the character says that Myotismon isn't there either. So from there, if you go back to the beginning of Greylord's mansion and attempt to leave, attempt to go out to the Overdale Cemetery, a cutscene with Digimon will take place, and like with Meteormon, there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. It's the bit where he says, "Say hi to Myotismon for me." When I was playing, I went through it slowly, but I edited the video and speeded the video up, so it was only very brief for you viewers. There you see. Well, I think when we battle the 3 Dark Rizamons, it would possibly be a good idea to have attacks that strike all enemies, such as Poison Powder and Charm Perfume. Here, I'm not sure it's as much of an issue. Okay, we've managed to get the Dark Rizamons on their own, so I don't need techniques that hit multiple targets. That's pretty damn powerful. And that's pretty damn weak. Please don't flatten. Again? To hell with this. Is this gonna do any damage? Reasonable, I guess. I've got 4 more Dark Rizamons to battle, and one of the battles is going to be up against 3 of them at once. I really hope the rest of the Dark Rizamons don't prove to be as stubborn as that one. You know, admittedly I did do badly, and I do have myself to blame for a lot of it, but still, my luck was pretty bad as well. Okay, poison, that's good. Okay, that battle did go more smoothly. I did get luckier. I don't have to worry about those Dark Rizamons anymore. But since we're going to be up against 3 Digimon at once, in the next battle, Charm Perfume, that's an attack which hits multiple targets, well, every target, and it can cause confusion as well. Poison Powder also has the advantage of hitting all targets, and it can poison. Damn it! That one wasn't defeated by me. And it would have been better to have used my finish on the one that has more HP. Being confused isn't going to affect my accuracy. Charm Perfume and Poison Powder hit no matter where you use them. Well, I defeated 2 of them myself, but that alone isn't good enough. I need to defeat all 3 of them, so I need to return to the previous area so that I can come back and battle them again. A problem I do have is I don't know which one is the one that I didn't defeat. So if I was to have another battle and the same thing was to happen where one of them wasn't to get defeated by me, then I wouldn't be able to be certain that I've defeated all three of them, because both times it could have been the same one who got defeated by a different Dark Risen. Okay, I've defeated one of them. I was very eager to use my finish just so that I could definitely defeat another one of them. So now 2 of 3 have been defeated by me, and the last remaining one can only be defeated by me. You can die slowly from poison. You deserve the unpleasant death. Medium MP. Does that make it worthwhile that I had to fight them twice? Absolutely not. Well, the next 2 Digimon who we have to battle, who are also the last 2 Digimon who we have to battle, at least out of the Digimon in the Grey Lord's Mansion, I'm pleased to say are Digimon who you battle separately, so there's no risk of them getting defeated by a Digimon who isn't you. Tekamon, then Skullgreymon. And then we can be done with this place. Okay, I'm surely gonna need at least one more finish to defeat Takamon. I don't think the attacks and the poison will do it alone before my finish gorge fills up again. He looked like he was going to do Megaton Punch, so I was confident I'd be able to do my finish without it being interrupted. If it was Buster Dive, then it would have been a different story. Alright, just one more Digimon in the Grey Lord's mansion.